Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a Wednesday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in just a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, if able, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. Once again, a pleasant good afternoon to you all, and welcome to day number 38 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Wednesday of live racing as we get set for Festival Preview Week. Saturday, of course, the Sam F. Davis, the Suncoast, will headline the week. Don't forget racing tomorrow as well. Special Thursday cards for the next 2 weeks, so we'll be racing 5 days this week, today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Today's 8-race card. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 kicks off the early pick 5. Scratch number 9, Dolly. Number 9, Dolly is scratched. Scratch the number 9, Dolly, out of today's first race. Race 1 starts the early pick 5. Scratch the number 9, Doily. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. No changes in today's second race. No changes in race 2. Race 3 starts the ultimate 6. Scratch number 1, Anchises. Number 1, Anchises is out. Scratch the 1. Number 8, Street Glide is plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the number 8, Street Glide. In today's third race, reminder, race 3 starts the ultimate 6. Race 4 is the Nowcrest Travel Club purse on the turf course, turf firm. Number 2, Thurston is 1 pound over, plus 1 on the number 2, Thurston in today's fourth race. Scratch the also eligible runner. Number 11, Mystic Isle, is out. Number 11 is scratched out of today's fourth. Again, race 4 starts the late pick 5. Reminder, an 8-race card today, so those late sequences all move up a race from their normal spot. Today's fifth race begins the late pick 4. Race 5 is clear. No changes in today's fifth. No changes, race 5. Race 6 starts the late pick 3. It's on the turf course. Number 3, Shoe In, is 2 pounds over, plus 2 on the number 3, Shoe In. And scratch all of the also eligible runners. Numbers 11, 12, 13, and 14 are all scratched. Scratch the AEs 11, 12, 13, and 14. Race 7 starts the late daily double. Scratch the also eligible runner. Number 11, Azure Sky, is out. Scratch the 11, Azure Sky, out of today's 7th. Race 8, the 8th and final race on today's card. Scratch number 1, Hit Song. Again, scratch number 1, Hit Song. Number 10, Yancha, is scratched. Scratch number 10, Yancha. Scratch the 10. Number 11, Michaela Will Run. We do have a rider change. It's going to be Chris Landeros. That change just coming in. So it's not on your television monitors just yet, but again, that change coming in there. You heard the phone ring as I was talking. Michaela, number 11, will be ridden by Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros will ride the 11. And scratch the 12, Soho Knights. Number 12, Soho Knights, is scratched. The scratches in race 8, scratch 1, 10, and 12. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Today's first post coming up in 30 minutes at 12:47 p.m. Again, a reminder, an 8-race card today. So if you're playing the Ultimate 6, Late Pick 5, Late Pick 4, do take note that each one of those sequences will start just a smidge earlier than the normal 9-race card. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 or 12 minutes. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 8 of today's races. Once again, a schedule reminder, racing tomorrow, special Thursday racing tomorrow, along with next Thursday, February 12th. So February 5th and 12th, we'll have Thursday racing here. So the next 2 race weeks will feature 5 days of racing, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Coming up this Saturday is Festival Preview Day. The Sam F. Davis and the Suncoast Stakes will headline a big card coming up on Saturday. Those entries actually being taken in the back right now, so that field, or those fields rather, should be out coming up a little bit later on today. We're fast, we're firm, sunny skies, temperatures back in the 60s. Let's go as we get set for our Wednesday of racing action. Best of luck to you with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. We've got 8 races on today's card, so take that in mind when you're looking at playing those horizontal wagers. Race 1 will kick off the early pick 5 still, and that's the main 10 for fillies and mares, 4 years old and upset, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The 8 is That Thing You Do, making a first start for Gerard Okoa. She's only raced on dirt once. It was on debut back in the summer of 2024. Showed a little spark before folding out. That was a maiden 25 at Monmouth. And she didn't race again for almost a year. When she came back, she did so with blinkers, Lasix, dropped in for 16 on the turf, showed some speed from the outside before getting reeled in. Then she got beat just ahead, going 5 furlongs. They eventually dropped her further in for 10. Still didn't get it done. They took the blinkers off. Didn't help. Tried a main 7,500 on the synthetic. That didn't work out at all. Still, if she can take to this surface for Okoa, I could see her springing a mild surprise. The 5 is in for Terry Pompey. Gets back to dirt after 2 turf tries at the 16 level. Has only raced on dirt twice. Debuted against a main special weight field during the spring at Monmouth, was overmatched. And then after a turf start against main 40s that did not amount to anything, she took some time off, came back to run in a main 25 off the layoff against boys. Showed a little something early, but was ultimately beaten 9 lengths there in the end. I could see her range on up on this drop in for 10. And then the 3, Adjust My Halo, is back in for Ward, making a second off the layoff. Was a speed and fade off the bench after not having run since the spring. I think she can improve here with the recency. Looks like she could be lone speed. They got to take her seriously. Can't let her shake loose on the front end, or she might take them all the way with the fitness worked in. So I'm going to go 8, 5, 3 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
Onto the track post-birdie for today's first race, a maiden claiming event, $10,000 down to $8,000. This race for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 5 1/2 furlongs over that fast main track. A field of 8 set to go. Scratch the 9. Number 9 is out. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5. We start the pick 3s rolling. We start the early pick 5. 37,000 plus in that pool. Our 8-race Wednesday card starts in just 5 minutes. Two minutes to post. 2 minutes to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's opener, ready to kick off day number 38 of the season. Wednesday of action as we start our 5-day race week. Don't forget special Thursday racing tomorrow. 8 races this afternoon here, and 8 in the opener. Your even money favorite, number 7, Princess Honor. Here's Nana Moon coming up. E Complicado to gate 2 at 28 to 1. Nana Moon in the Gary Ellenbrock colors. Black and lime. Here's Adjust My Halo, Princess Honor. Here's Adjust My Halo. Dark Wind is going to be next, and That Thing You Do going to be the final one to join as we get set to kick off our 38th day of racing here. Festival preview week upon us. Don't forget Sam F. Davis Suncoast card being drawn today, so those entries will be out a little later this afternoon. Here's Dark Wind. Noel Herman, the 10-pound apprentice on board. That Thing You Do. Cipriano Gill to complete the line. Cipriano, our reigning Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award winner. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Gracious Beauty got away a couple steps slow. Poor start for Sexpectations as well, who's actually away last. Adjust My Halo, Princess Honor, between them Dark Wind. Those three across the course early on. It's going to be Dark Wind and Adjust My Halo. Those two go on with it best. As Princess Honor, the favorite, going to sit back in third. That Thing You Do is right to her outside in the 4th spot as E Complicado goes up the rail from 5th. Break of 3 more back to the slow starting Gracious Beauty. After that, Nana Moon. And it's about 8 or 9 more back to Sexpectations, who's a distant trailer after that poor beginning, spotting these leaders about 15 by the 3/8 pole. 22.27 seconds. A contested opening quarter here for Adjust My Halo, who leads it by a head over Dark Wind on the outside. They're 3 clear of That Thing You Do. Dropping out of it was Princess Honor. The 6-5 favorite dropped right out of it, is back second last. So the 2 favorites are last and second to last to greet the top of the stretch. Adjust My Halo cuts the corner in front by 2.5. That Thing You Do right down the far outside trying to rally up. Also down along the fence, E Complicado looking for a seam. Dark Wind still pitching away. A final furlong left to go. It's Adjust My Halo now 3.5 in front of That Thing You Do and Dark Wind. Adjust My Halo and Sarah Hess to win the opener here at 9-2. Adjust My Halo by 4.5. That Thing You Do was second. Third, Dark Wind. Fourth, looked like Nana Moon. Three, 8, 4, 6, and 1. 3, 8, 4, 6, and 1 on official order. 105.83 seconds the final time. Results are official. $11 on the win for Adjust My Halo. Adjust My Halo breaks the maiden here in career start number 5. 4-year-old Chestnut Filly by Curlin's Honor out of Halo's Helen's Jet was bred in Florida by Judy Carlin. Judy Carlin, the winning owner. Dennis Ward, the winning trainer. Sarah Hess on board for the winning ride at Just My Halo. Right to the front and stayed there to win today's first. The exacta 3 and 8, $36. Trifecta $143.75. The dime super $145.88. Nobody had that super high five, so we're going to carry over $1,872 to the upcoming second race. Race 2, a field of 7 at 6 furlongs. It's 22 minutes away at 1:17 p.m. Today's second race, no scratches or changes. Post time for that early pick 4, getting underway in 22 minutes.
Race 2 is going to kick off the early pick four, the 16 claimer for 3-year-olds set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 6, Ifata, is in for 16 after a 6th place finish, going 7 furlongs and an optional starter 25. He had the rail that day. It was a bit too close to the pace. Then heading for the turn, he was steadied back as others came rolling up. So I would consider all of that when you're looking at those beaten lengths. He had won a 6 furlong main 16 in the first dirt start he had here. He did it by 2 lengths. It wasn't the toughest of fields, obviously, and the figure wasn't great, but he came off a meh pace. And so I think with the pace here looking to be a bit zestier and with Leon back aboard, well, off the inside, he can make a run from off the pace. The 5, Candy Road, is in for Dauber, making a second off the layoff. This is after getting beaten 21 lengths last out. But he hadn't run since October. That was a mile 40, and oh yeah, it was an optional 75 N1X. The winner there, Kohan, was in that race, having previously gotten beaten just a length in the Proud Man Stakes. Candy Road had won a main 25 at Gulfstream, going 6 furlongs before the time away, scored that in front end fashion by 4 3/4 lengths. The number 7, Ella Rohan, is making start 2 on the dirt here for Jose Gallegos. Won the first, that was a main 16 on the lead, and then drew off to score by 4 in the end under Camacho. It wasn't the toughest of fields, but he had been game against tougher on turf prior to that, and he's now getting first-time Lasix. So I'm going to go 6, 5, 7 in race 2, which again kicks off the early pick 4.
The horses onto the track post-sprinting for today's second race, start of the early pick four. A $16,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Field of 7 set to go here. No scratches or jockey changes in today's second race. Race 2 offers daily double, exact the trifecta, and superfecta wagering. The pick 3s keep rolling. Start that early pick 4. We have a super high 5 carryover of $1,872. Post time for the second race in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, the early pick 4 in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second. The early pick 4 set to commence here. Field of 7 at the 6 furlong distance. Your post time favorite 7 to 5 on the outside runner, El Orejon. 3 to 1 numbers 5 and 6. So the wagering attention all toward the outer 3 stalls here. Crazy Red coming up. Cesar Gonzalez on board. Here's Valdero, Marcos Meneses, the rider. WW Star, Adamar Santos for Scott Becker. The red and black colors. Here's Chaos Coming. Wesley Ho for David Van Winkle. Candy Road, Richard Mitchell coming up. Final 2 going to be Ifata and El Orejon, and we'll be all set for a start. El Orejon holding 3 to 2 favoritism, 3 to 1 numbers 5 and 6, 6 to 1 on the 4. As Ifata, Sonny Leone to gate 6. El Orejon and Sammy Camacho to the outside draw. El Orejon coming up. El Orejon going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a slow, awkward start there for WW Star. Valdero toward the inside is the quickest one early. Crazy Red rallying through down toward the inside. A challenge from second. Chaos Coming is right there in that second flight as well. El Orejon, the favorite, out in fourth, just 2 off the top. It's a break of almost 3 then. Back to Candy Road. WW Star recovering after that bad beginning. The early trailer is Ifata. 7th and last, and about 8 or 9 off the lead as Valdero leads him toward the far turn. Chaos Coming between horses. Crazy Red at the fence. El Orejon going to be 3 deep as they run to that turn. 22.14 seconds. That's with a little breeze at their back. Valdero's the leader. Past the 3/8 pole, a length and a quarter in front now of Chaos Coming. El Orejon starts to glide up 3 deep. Is still a length and a half behind. Crazy Red has been down on the fence throughout. As they come around to the quarter pole, Valdero, 3 of them stacked up just in behind. El Orejon out wide. Between horses, Chaos Coming. Crazy Red still looking for a seam down toward the fence. In behind that, Ifata is starting to lift. Was last, is up to 5th now. But up front, Valdero's still there. Valdero by the 8th pole. Marcos Meneses suddenly widening. 4.5 length lead. El Orejon, Ifata trying to run on for 3rd. But inside the final yards, it's all Valdero. A 5 to 1 winner here. Won it by about 7 in the end. El Orejon was 2nd. WW Star got up for 3rd over Ifata 4th. 2, 7, 3, 6, and 1. 2, 7, 3, 6, and 1 unofficial. Final time 110.34 seconds. Price is on the board, $13.40 for Valdero's winning effort. Valdero to the winner's circle, the winner of today's second race. Valdero, a 3-year-old bay colt by Medaglia de Oro out of Spice Lady, was bred in Kentucky by the Randall Family Trust. Cross Sabres Farm LLC, the winning owner. Marcus Vitale, the winning trainer. Marcos Meneses, the winning rider. Valdero on the front end, winner of today's second. The exacta 2740 trifecta $71.15. A dime super $39.13. Daily double $50.80. The high five hit for $4,207.80. Race 3's on deck in 21 minutes at 1:47 p.m. Scratch the 1. Number 1 is scratched. A field of 7 remain in. Number 8, Street Glide, is plus £1. Today's third race starts the Ultimate 6. There's $8,889 in the jackpot carryover, and it starts in just 21 minutes. We did have a claim in today's second race. Number 4, Chaos Comin' was claimed. Goes to Dutch Racing Stables, LLC. Patrick McBurney, the new trainer. Patrick McBurney claims the 4. Fans, don't forget tomorrow, special Thursday racing. In fact, the next 2 Thursdays we will be racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Racing tomorrow, February 5th, and next Thursday, February 12th. So we'll have full 5 race day weeks the next couple of weeks. Again, racing the next couple of Thursdays, special Thursday racing, February 5th and 12th.
Race 3 is going to kick off the Ultimate 6, and it's an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and upset at 1 mile 40 yards on the main track. Going to go with the number 8 in here. That is Street Glide. He's making a first off the claim for Juan Avila, and it looks like he started to wake up a bit last out in that 8.5 furlong 5 N1Y. He had a wide draw, bad start, came from off a tepid pace to get beat just a length and a quarter there in the end. That was a third off the layoff. The start prior, he was, I know, not great, but he got kind of shuffled back as they headed into the first turn, and he did make a move into the pace down the backstretch. He just wasn't good enough on the day. Top 2 won again out of there. The winner was actually trained by Avila, and the thing with this boy is he used to be game enough to run against optionals here, even won an optional 16 around this time last season. It's also encouraging to see that Avila is bumping him up into this spot. Yes, it's off a claim. You do have to run for more, but he could have waited for another condition 5. So again, I like that vote of confidence for him. The 6 Pando, he was another who was running against optionals here last meet. He's had 3 starts on the main track so far for this one. He had traffic trouble in the first at the 10 level, dropped in for 5 N1Y, crushed by 3 3/4 lengths over Painter's Prodigy, who then ran second in the January 3rd race and then won here on January 21st. Pando got claimed out of there by Tony Granitz, who ran him in a 10-claimer again out of there. He got bumped aggressively between horses, several strides out of the gate, bumper card really, back and forth, and that's why he was trailing. The fact that he got up for show is really impressive, and do take in mind, while the 8.5 beaten lengths, look kind of like, okay, well, you didn't really close for much. Take in mind, the winner, El Chispazo, who wired, he was 7.5 lengths clear of second and just got beat here in neck in an optional 16 N1X on Sunday. Put up an 85 buyer. Going to complete the top 3 with a horse who was also in that January 23rd 10-claimer. That's the 5 St. Louis, trained by Scott Becker. He gets off the rail today after 2 starts from the inside, like that. He actually won the first race here at the 62.50 level. That was off the bench. Pressed the pace that day, which was set by Ankizis. who was drawn to the rail this afternoon. He's out now. But yeah, St. Louis, he took over for the score. I could see him put in a forwardly placed performance here with Anchises out, dig in for a piece on the class drop. So I'm going to go 8-6-5 in race 3, and your ultimate 6 starts now.
The horses onto the track, post spreading for today's third race, an $8,000 down to $7,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards over that fast main track. Scratch the 1, a field of 7 set to go. Number 8, Street Glide is 1 pound over. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. The pick 3s keep rolling. We have a super high 5. We start the ultimate 6, $8,889 in the jackpot carryover. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the entire jackpot. It starts here in today's third. Race 3 in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, the ultimate 6 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's third race field, the Ultimate Six in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's third race. Field of 7 set to go a mile and 40 yards here. Post time favorite at 9 to 5, number 3, Peace Cloud, who's set to move forward next as Bourbon State has gone in. Speedy Hans going to be up next to gate 4, right now 5 to 1. Here's St. Louis Louis. Lonzo Quinones for Scott Becker to gate 5. Pando going to be next. Charlie Marquez for Anthony Granitz. Anthony sitting on 1,499 career training wins, looking for number 1,500 here with the 6. The final two, Tis a Beast and Street Glide, will be all set for a start here in today's third. The Ultimate Six ready to get underway. Street Glide, Cipriano Gill to the outside draw. Going up and going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Speedy Hans asked for early speed. St. Louis Louis is quicker, though, and St. Louis Louis coming up to Poconos in front. Down at the inside, Speedy Hans still pushed along. Tis a Beast going to be 4 deep here as Pando's 3 deep in that front flight. As St. Louis Louis cornered a little bit wide. That led Speedy Hans through on the inside, and Speedy Hans now cuts the corner narrowly in front of St. Louis Louis. Peace Cloud. Down at the fence comes Bourbon State. 4 deep trip here for Pando, 5 deep for Tis a Beast, and it's 4 more back to Street Glide, who is the early trailer. So they make their way toward the back stretch. It's Speedy Hans and Alex Gonzalez in front of half length to St. Louis Louis, who wants to be up on that lead. St. Louis Louis back to re-engage after a 24.53 second opening quarter mile. Meanwhile, Peace Cloud is tracked nicely, just in behind, a length and a half off the leaders. Pando's right to that one's outside. It's a break of 2 then, back to Tis the Beast. Dropped back a little bit is Bourbon State, who's back second last, and Street Glide is the trailer. So they take their run of the fire turn. 3.5 furlongs to go off a 47.79 second opening half-mile time. Speedy Hans, St. Louis Louis, and here's Pando trying to move up 3 wide. Meanwhile, toward the inside, Peace Cloud pushed along fourth, is still 3.5 lengths behind. Speedy Hans still there. St. Louis Louis a neck back in second. They've now gone 2 in front of Pando. Down at the inside, Peace Cloud, 2 more to Bourbon State, who's up to 5th. Speedy Hans leads him around to the top of the lane. Speedy Hans into the stretch, now a length in front of St. Louis Louis. Pando on the outside trying to re-engage. Peace Cloud's up the fence. A final 1/8 of a mile to go. Speedy Hans. The lead is 2. Pando down the outside. Peace Cloud, St. Louis Louis between them. Speedy Hans just keeps on going. Speedy Hans in front, 3.5 lengths. Pando is second. It's 3 straight wire-to-wire winners here. Speedy Hans won it by 3.5 in the end. Second was Pando. Third, St. Louis Louis. Fourth was Peace Cloud or Bourbon State in a photo. Results are official. Speedy Hans victorious here. $14 on the win, 6-1. Speedy Hans, 9-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Constitution out of April Snow, was bred in Kentucky by Glenview Oaks LLC. That's career win number 11 for this 9-year-old gelding, who's owned by Lima Horse Racing LLC. Enrique Hernandez, the winning trainer, and jockey Alex Gonzalez aboard for the front-running score as Speedy Hans, winner of today's third, kick off the Ultimate Six at a 6-1 mutual. Price is now on your television monitors. That exact to $28.90. Trifecta $55.75. Dime Super $26.49. Daily Double $49.10. Pick 3 $124.15. High Five $1,391. We did have a couple claims in the third race. Number 3, Peace Cloud, was claimed in a three-way shake. Goes to owner Harry Verrucci, trainer Jan Arnett. Jan Arnett claims the 3. And number 5, St. Louis Louis, was claimed. Goes to Mitchell Stables Racing. Stephen Cahill, the new trainer. Steve Cahill claims the 5. Fans do take note. Post time is 21 minutes to 2:18 p.m. So 21 minutes to post time for the 4th.
Race 4 is going to kick off today's late pick 5 with the main 32 for 3-year-olds set at a mile and 16th on the turf. The number 3, King of the Trail, looks to have speed. Not surprising being a son of McLean's Music. But as far as 2 turns on turf, well, Mom Drapes, she originally debuted on dirt, but in start 2, she was moved to the turf at Tampa, won a main special weight going a mile. She was also stakes placed in the Abundantia. She was second in there. That's just at 5 furlongs, but she'd won at a mile more than once over the course of her career. Now, Morales usually does ride for Proctor, so it is interesting to see that Gallardo is up and Morales is instead aboard the number 5, Cork. Cork is trained by Lambholm South's Roy Lerman, so not just a homebred, but a grad of Lambholm in every way. This boy is by The Factor, an out of Dublin girl, a stakes winner on dirt against New York breds, and he's a half-brother to Gallyhead. Took a while for her to get that first W, but she nearly won the first time she got to go 2 turns on our turf course, and she did win the second time she got to. Both of those races were at the main 25 levels. She went on to also win a starter allowance here for N2Ls. Cork is also a half to Deneen Bay, who was a winner in career start 2, going 8.5 on the turf at Belmont at the Big A against a maiden 40 field. And the extended family includes Grade 1 winners Daisy Divine and Banker's Lady. Flexible pedigree with some intriguing class. The number 2, Thirsted, is making a first start for Darian Rodriguez, gets Lasix, has run on turf twice, both sprints against New York breds, ran second in the first, which was career start 2, and that was to Chummers, and Chummers then got beat 3.25 lengths in the Notebook Stakes at Aqueduct, put up a 70 buyer figure. Next start, Thirsted pressed through a hot half. They went sub 45, so I don't fault him for tiring. He is by Frosted and out of an Uncle Mo mare, and the granny here is graded stakes place Robillard, who won her first 2 turf starts and then went on to run third in the Grade 2 Sheep's Head Bay. She put up figures in the 90s on grass, so I'm thinking stretching out back on turf while dropped in for the claim, Thirsted could get some relief. 3-5-2 in race 4, which again starts our late pick 5.
Horses onto the track for today's fourth race, the Nowcrest Travel Club Purse, a $32,000 maiden claiming event. For 3-year-olds, they'll be at 1.1 miles on that firm Tampa turf. The rail out at 22 feet today. Scratch the 11. Number 11, the also eligible runner, is scratched. Number 2 is plus 1 pound. A field of 10 on turf here. We have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5. We start the late pick 5 here. That pool right about to head over $40,000. You still got 5 minutes to post time. 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horses making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate, the late pick 5. Race 4 in 2 minutes. This race is the Nowcrest Travel Club Purse. We want to welcome Nowcrest Travel Club, our featured group for the fourth race. Welcome to Tampa Bay Downs. Approaching the gate, just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth. Start of the late pick 5. 81,000 plus in that pool. Should go over that $100,000 mark. Field of 10 here. Your co-5 to 2 favorites, numbers 3 and 7. 4 to 1 on the number 2, Thirsted. As Future Blues going in. Daniel Centeno on board. Here's Classic Equation to gate 6. 3 first-time starters in here, numbers 3, 5, and 9, all making their debut. Thirsted to gate 2 coming up. He's My Uncle to gate 7. Right now your co-favorite 5 to 2. King of the Trail, the other 5 to 2 favorite, now moving into gate 3. Megacles going up. Body by Carvel. This race, the Nowcrest Travel Club purse. Want to welcome our friends from Nowcrest Travel Club joining us in the winner's circle. As we have 3 left to load, Leonidas Stan, Cork, and I Know You Can Wait will be the last one to join. Cork to gate 5, first-time starter for the Lamb Home Stable. Pablo Morales on board for Roy Lerman. I Know You Can Wait. Gadiel Martinez, the final one to join. Late pick 5 time here on a Wednesday at Tampa. I Know You Can Wait. Basically telling the assistant starters just that. As now he comes forward. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Cork broke awkwardly, came away at the back. Thirsted in the white colors got away well. Future Blues, so the 2 inside runners are quick. Here's Megacles out in the center in the red, and I Know You Can Wait on the far outside. Those 4 across the course as they bend into the stretch for the first time. It's going to be Future Blues who cuts the corner narrowly in front of Megacles now second. Thirsted wrangled back a joint third with I Know You Can Wait right up to his outside. Length more back to He's My Uncle, who races in tight there on heels. Had to tap on the brakes momentarily. Did that runner going into the first turn. Classic Equation works down toward the inside from 6th. It's a break of 2 more then. Back to Leonidas Stan. King of the Trail works to the outside of that runner, is back in 8th. Then comes Body by Carvel. It's 5 more back to Cork, who's climbing at the back. It's been a rough journey thus far for the first-timer Cork. 23.61 seconds, the opening quarter-mile time. Future Blues and Daniel Centeno trying to ration out that speed, a length and a half in front of Megacles. Thirsted between horses. Classic Equation found a seam down at the fences, crept through to take over 4th. From I Know You Can Wait, who's on the outside, the top 5 only covered by about 2.5. It's another length then, back to He's My Uncle, who races in 6th. Leonidas Stand is to the inside of King of the Trail. It's 3 more now back to a Body by Carvel and Cork now on track and still about 9 or 10 behind. 48.83 seconds to the opening half mile time. On the front end, Future Blues, Megacles draws to within a neck on the outside. Classic Equation, Thurston, they're together third and fourth. Length and a half more back to He's My Uncle, who's trying to rally fifth, going to switch to the outside. King of the Trails trying to get in gear down toward the fence as they come around to the top of the stretch. Megacles up on the outside of Future Blues. Classic Equation sees daylight now to come after them. So they have a final furlong left to go. Classic Equation on the outside, Megacles on the inside. Two long shots battling past the 16th pole. Classic Equation getting the upper hand. Megacles second. Classic Equation a 20-1 winner over Megacles, who was 56-1. He's My Uncle. Ended up finishing third, then came Thurston. $128,000 in that late pick 5 pool. 144.14 the final time. Big upset to start here. 20-1 winner over the 56-1. Second longest shot on the board, it looks like. Megacles over your third choice back in third, 7. Six, 8, 7, 2, 1. 6, 8, 7, 2, and 1. 144.14 the final time. Please hold all tickets. $42.20 on the win for Classic Equation. Classic Equation. Today's fourth race winner. 3-year-old Grey Roan Gelding by Classic Empire out of the Aurelia Factor, was bred in Florida by Omar Ramirez. Glenn Gunter and Adam Dolinsky, the winning owners. Carlos Narvaez, the winning trainer. Sonny Leone aboard for the winning ride. Classic Equation, 20-1 winner here of today's fourth. The exacta were $203.20. Trifecta $1,131.90. The dime super $1,087.43. Daily double 86.20 and the pick three $298.80. High five, nobody had it, so we'll have a carryover of $1,914 coming up into the fifth race. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. We're back on the main track at 6 furlongs. No scratches or changes in race 5. Post time for the fifth coming up in 20 minutes. In the winner's circle, we want to welcome our featured group for today's fourth race, Nowcrest Travel Club, joining the winning connections in the winner's circle for today's fourth race feature group, Nowcrest Travel Club. Welcome to Tampa Bay Downs. Late pick 4 in 20 minutes.
Race 5 is going to start today's late pick four. It's with a 20 claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 5, Just Like You. In here for Michael Simone. Sunny Leone stays aboard following this girl's Shoto performance last out, coming from last to get into third in an optional 16 N1X that was on January 23rd. The winner, Kapoor, she was in for Bill Mott. She was blazing along up front. The half was in 44-1, and she took it by 5 in the end. The runner-up, Tennessee Honeybee. She was in off another runner-up performance at the level to Princess Brittany. Start prior for Just Like You. She was just outmatched. That was an optional 32 N3X going 7 furlongs. It was her first go here this meet, and she was in tough. All but 2 horses to run back did so in the money. 2 of them were next out winners. And, the last time this girl was in a straight-up claimer, she ran second to Unsolved Mystery in a 12-5 going just 5.5 at Monmouth. She got beat a nose by the same mare next out, and then Unsolved Mystery won again at Parks, scoring an optional 20, starter 10. The 2, that is Mortastic. She is making a second off the claim for Vitali following a 6th place finish in that optional 16 won by the aforementioned Princess Brittany. Did not have the smoothest of trips that day. She was on the inside, lost position going for the turn. That was also at 6.5 furlongs. She had run much better in the 20 claimer the start prior, just got beat a neck after battling it out on the lead, and she's been really good on this course too. In the money in 7 of 10 overall. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 7, Kip the Distance, who is making a first off the claim for Juan Arriagada and a second off a layoff. In the first, she was making a first start since November, and that is when she ran third in an optional 30 at Delta Downs. She had won at that level there the start prior, slow times, but a different track, and she'd won an optional starter 25 at Penn National earlier in the season. But yeah, that first start back, she was up on the pace before folding. It was on January 3rd. She was beaten 5 3/4 lengths ultimately. I think second off for a barn that strikes consistently while staying at this level but cutting back to 6, she's a player for at least a piece. So I'm going to go 5-2-7 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
The horses onto the track post-breeding for today's fifth race. Started a late pick four. A $20,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes here in this field of 8. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $1,914. And we start the late pick 4. Pool now over $25,000. You still got 5 minutes to get involved. 5 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. Today's fifth race, late pick 4 is in 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. The late pick 4 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 5th. Field of 8 set to go the 6 furlong distance. Your post time favorite here, 2-1, number 7, Kip the Distance. 5-2 on Hot Dance, who moves in. Here's more Tastic. Sammy Camacho on the 2 here. Awesome Pick is going to be next to gate 6 once more Tastic goes forward. Mortastic still not in. I think they're working with a piece of equipment there, maybe on the 1. Or they're just working with the 2, who is now coming up and in. Awesome Pick to gate 6. Gabriel Maldonado for Enrique Hernandez. Enrique's got a winner on today's card. Had Speedy Hans earlier. Here's Glorious Lady. Pedro Cotto Jr. for Kathleen O'Connell in the Ensley Oaks Farm colors. Kip the Distance, your 2-1 slight favorite. The next one to join to post 7. The final 2 will be Dancing Raquel, and the last bullet's mine. Will be all set for a start. Late pick 4 on this 8-race card today. Don't forget 8 races tomorrow as well. Special Thursday racing the next 2 weeks. That is not for the remainder of the season, just the next 2 weeks Thursday racing. As the last bullet's mine, coming up, Pablo Morales. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Awesome Pick out well, driving through Glorious Lady and down toward the inside. Press for speed is Hot Dance, but it's going to be Glorious Lady to grab the early initiative. Hot Dance now through to be second with Awesome Pick. Kip the Distance out wide, and Dancing Raquel right there in and amongst horses is 5th and only 2.5 off the top. It's a length more then. Back to the last bullet's mine in the green and orange colors, who advances from 6th. Break of 2 more back to Mortastic 7th. The early trailer is Just Like You. As they run to the far turn, it's Glorious Lady and Pedro Cotto Jr. a half length. The Awesome Pick on the outside, 22.11 seconds the opening quarter mile. They're 2 clear of Kip the Distance, who's asked to go after the top 2, is back in 3rd. Another 2 back to the last bullet's mine, who moves up and around Hot Dance, who's back a spot in 5th. Mortastic trying to get underway from the back with Dancing Raquel and Just Like You. Glorious Lady is still there. It's Glorious Lady by a neck. Awesome Pick continues to pressure in 2nd. Kip the Distance, the last bullet's mine. Glorious Lady cuts the corner, now almost 2 in front. It's Glorious Lady to the 8th pole. Kip the distance, trying to come from out of the pack. Mortastic is putting in a bid with Hot Dance down along the fence. Glorious Lady trying to see it out. Glorious Lady by 3, Kip the distance second. Another front-running winner on the main track. It goes to Glorious Lady, won it by 2.5. Kip the distance second. Third close. I think it's Hot Dance getting up over a photo with Mortastic, and the last bullet's mine. (109.91 seconds, the final time for the 6 furlongs. Glorious Lady at 5-1 winner. Second, number 7, Kip the distance at 5-2. Third, number 1, 7-2 shot Hot Dance. Photo for fourth. Number 2, Mortastic, was fourth. Fifth, number 8, the last bullet's mine. 3-7-1-2-8. Results are now official. The official sign is on the tote board. $12.40 is what you get on the win for Glorious Lady. We've not had a favorite winner here in the first 5 races today at Tampa. Plenty of prices abound, as explained by the early pick 5, which paid over $16,000. To the winner's circle, Glorious Lady. Winner of today's 5th, Glorious Lady, a 5-year-old bay mare by Pharaoh Bob. Out of In the Wild Clover, was bred in Florida by Ensley Oaks Farm Incorporated. Ensley Oaks Farm Incorporated, the winning owners, Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer, Pedro Cotto Jr. aboard for the winning ride. Glorious Lady at 5-1. Prices on the board. That exacted $27.80. Trifecta $73.95. A dime super $64.03. Daily double $118.30. Pick 3 $476.45. Early pick 4, good one, $3,115.70. And that early pick 5, as mentioned, $16,443.85. The high 5 was hit, $2,911.50. We're back on the turf course for race 6. We'll start the final pick 3 on today's card. It's a maiden claiming event on turf. Scratch all of the also eligible runners. 11 through 14 are all scratched. Number 3, Shoe In, is plus £2. Post time for the 6th race in 22 minutes at 3:19.
Race 6 is a main 16 for 3-year-olds set at a mile and 16th on the turf. The number 8, that is Gideon, in here for Ward, making a second career start after missing by just a head on debut, going the 8.5 furlongs at the level on January 2nd. He just could not wear down the pace-setting Hardtalk, who had multiple races under the girth already, and who went on to get beat just a half length back on dirt in an optional starter 25. Race produced a pair of next out winners also, although I will say both of those wins were on dirt. But yeah, I think the fitness is now worked in for start 2 here. He looks very tough. The 9 is in for Lamb South's Roy Lerman. He's had one start that was a 5.5 furlong main 25 on the dirt back in August. Showed a little something before folding out of contention. He's had time to mature. He's coming back with Lasix and now makes this move to 2 turns on turf. He's by a Belmont winner, and then he's out of Saturn Lace, who is bred for turf top and bottom. She actually got beat just a neck here in an optional 75 going a mile. Also, this guy is a half-brother to Twisted Filigree, who won an optional 75 N2X on the turf at Saratoga over the summer. And another half is Cherbourg. She eventually won a main 16 going a mile on the turf here. I think he should improve on grass and with some more ground at this main 16 level. The number 2, Roscommon, dropping in for 16 after getting beaten 6.5 lengths in a main 32 here. That was on December 26th. That was also going a mile. Winner Vino Solo went again out of there. That was an optional starter 32, put up a 65 buyer figure. The runner-up Landing Force, he next got the show dough bumped up into a main special weight here. So yeah, this is enough class relief, I would think, to at least get on the board. He's also getting first-time Lasix while making a second off the layoff. So I'm going to go 8-9-2 in race 6.
The horses onto the track, post-sprinting for today's sixth race, started the late pick 3. We're back on the turf course at a mile and a 16th. Turf firm, the rail at 22 feet. Field of 10 set to go here. Scratch the also eligible runners. 11, 12, 13, and 14 are all scratched. Number 3 is plus 2 pounds. Field of 10 set to go here. It's a maiden claiming event, 16,000 claiming tag for 3-year-olds. Race 6 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be at the post in just 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race field onto the turf course and making their way toward that mile and a 16th starting point. You have 2 minutes to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's sixth. Start of the late pick 3. Field of 10 on turf. Your prohibitive favorite here, number 8, Gideon at 1-2. As Party Boy, the first to move forward. Reagan's Renegade out to gate 6. Alexander K coming up. Here's Roscommon to gate 2. Right now it's 7-2. Andre Worry for Derek Ryan. Shoe In coming up. Here's Hallows Ice along with Rags to Lace. The final two going to be triple stitched, and Red Fern will be all set for a start. Today's late pick 3 on this 8-race card. Red Fern is Rio Rodriguez to the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. Roscommon rearing up there, but settled right down. And the race is on. Reagan's Renegade hesitated at the start. Shoe In set for speed. Red Fern out wide's the quickest, though, and Red Fern all the way up to the front, crosses all the way over toward the inside to grab the lead. Rags to Lace up from the outside, and Gideon, the favorite, going to be well spotted early third. Down to the inside, Shoe In, who broke sharply, settles fourth. It's a break of 2.5 more back to Alexander K, who just got a tap on the shoulder to try to keep up from fifth, but has dropped about 8 lengths off the early pace. After that comes Hallows Ice. Roscommon and Party Boy are next. The two at the back, the slow-starting Reagan's Renegade, and triple stitched is the trailer. 6 furlongs left to go, and up on the front end, it's Rags to Lace, the leader. 22.57 seconds, so an aggressive tactic here for Rags to Lace, trying to overcome the early speedster Red Fern, who now shifts to the outside. An awkward step there for Rags for Lace. That caused a little bit of a pinball effect for Red Fern, who's now back to third as Shoe In goes up to second. So some shifting and changing about there as they go down the back stretch. Rags to Lace is the leader. So Rags to Lace, Daniel Centeno in front of Shoe In. Gideon now starts to move closer up on the outside. Red Fern down along the fence. That trio just a length and a half behind the leader. It's 2.5 more to Hallows Ice, who sits in fifth. Break of 2 more then to Roscommon, Party Boy. They've been together throughout. They're moving in tandem now in 6th and 7th as they go at that opening half, 48.35 seconds. The leader is still Rags to Lace. Gideon cruising up alongside now. Gideon getting pushed along to go after Rags to Lace. Rags to Lace just narrowly in front of Gideon, the big favorite, who's second. They're 3 clear of Red Fern and Hallows Ice as they spin to the top of the lane. Rags to Lace and Daniel Centeno trying to fend off this big favorite Gideon, who's right up alongside. 2.5 more back to Red Fern. Then comes Party Boy and Hallows Ice. Final furlong. Gideon now slightly getting an advantage over Rags to Lace, who battles right back to the inside. Gideon trying to put away Rags to Lace as a neck in front. Rags to Lace second. Gideon now going away. Gideon wins at 3/4 of a length in front. Rags to Lace was valiant but second best. Red Fern was third. Fourth was close, either Roscommon or Party Boy. Eight, 9, 10, 2 and 1. 8, 9, 10, 2 and 1. The unofficial order. Please hold all tickets. 144.23 the final time for the mile and a 16th. Your heavy favorite here, first favorite of the day, Gideon victorious. Results are official. $2.60 on the win for Gideon. Gideon, your sixth race winner here today, as your prohibitive favorite, returns 260 for the win. Gideon, a 3-year-old bay gelding by No Nay Never out of Verde River, was bred in Kentucky by the winning owner and trainer Wesley Ward. Pablo Morales aboard for the winning ride as Gideon victorious in today's sixth race. Prices on the board, the exacta $5.80, trifecta $10.70, the dime super $7.86. Nobody had the super high five. 2092 will carry over to the seventh race. And the pick 385.30, daily double $9.10. Race 7's on deck. We're on the main track in 21 minutes, late double time. Scratch the 11. Number 11 is scratched. Field of 10. The full body of the field remain in. Post time for the 7th in 21 minutes. We did have a claim there. Number 8 was claimed. The winner in a two-way shake goes to Algarcon Stables, and Lisa Allen, the new trainer, Lisa Allen, claims the 8.
Race 7 is a 6250 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, set at a mile 4 yards on the main track. The number 2, Action Seeker, drops back in for 6250 after the 10 level once again proved a wee too tough last out. He tried that level in the first off the layoff here, and while competitive early, he did tire. They then dropped in for this level, and he ran a good second. He was beaten just a length. This is also after starting from a wide draw. So yeah, I'm thinking the class relief, freshen back up a bit, and better draw, it can get this guy into better gear. And while he does lose Sammy Marin, he does get Sammy Camacho. The number 7, our Tempest, is in for Juan Arriagada. He is making a second off the layoff. He was a bit of a speed and fade from the rail, and after a bit of a bump in the first one, and that was an off-the-turf 16 claimer run over good ground. That was also a first main track start. Yeah, I know he was beaten neck and a beaten 5 on the synthetic before the layoff, but prior to that, he has some good performances against some good fields on synthetic and turf. So perhaps dropped in class, making this second off the bench, and with a smoother start off the inside this time, he can improve. The pedigree, it does scream turf, I will say, but Arriagada, I mean, he's been spotting the horses well enough to strike at 30%, so let's see. The number 1, Midnight Onyx, such a cool horse. He's won his last 2, a 5N1Y and a 5N2Y, bringing that Tampa main track record to 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 2/3 from 14 starts. Got a couple of questions here as he's now making a first off the claim for Ralph Bays, who's wheeling him right back around off that 3 1/4 length score on January 28th. He also has the rail, still a horse with that kind of tenacity that he routinely shows. You gotta respect him. So I'm gonna go 2-7-1 in race 7.
Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons. Paging trainer Roy Lerman, please contact the clerk of scales in the jocks room. Again, trainer Roy Lerman, please contact the clerk of scales in the jocks room. Paging trainer Roy Lerman, please contact the clerk of scales in the jockeys room. On to the track post spreading for today's seventh race. We start the late daily double here. A $6,250 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards over the fast main track. Scratch 11. The also eligible runner is scratched. Field of 10 remain in. This race offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high five wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $2,092. Post time for the seventh in just 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's seventh race, the late doubles in 2 minutes. Attention racing fans, just getting some news from the stewards. Race 8 has now been taken off the turf. Race 8 has now been taken off the turf. We will have any new scratches and changes that come up about from that surface change. Do take note that in the late pick 4, 5, and 6, that race will become an all. I believe it will as well in the late pick 3, but we'll get clarification on that. But for sure in the late pick 4, 5, and 6, race 8 will become an all. Again, race 8 is now off the turf to be run on the main track. Again, that's our 8th and final race, will now be off the turf and run on the main track at a mile and a 16th. We will give you, again, any updates and changes as they come, if there are any. But again, there will be consolation pick 3s, and we'll get the daily double stuff to you. You do still have time, of course, to change your late double bets or cancel them. But again, the late pick 4, 5, and 6, race 8 will become an all because the surface change came after those races were run. Again, the horse is approaching the gate now for race 7. Just a reminder, race 8 now taken off the turf. So again, in the late pick 4, 5, and 6, that will become an all. We'll have more wagering information. And of course, if there are late scratches and changes, we will update you. We do apologize for the late notice. Race 8 now taken off the turf. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th race. Field of 10 at a mile and 40 yards. Again, if you're just joining us, we just found out race 8 is now off the turf course. So do hold on to some tickets, as those races will be alls in the late pick 4, 5, and 6. And there will be some refunds or consolations for the shorter bets. We'll get you all that information as soon as we have it. Again, that news just coming up to us here on the roof. Here's Secret Treasure coming up. Your favorite here at 3-1, number 7, our Tempest. As Painter's Prodigy and King Freud going to be the final couple. We'll be all set for a start. King Freud coming up. And the race is on. Midnight Onyx from the inside along with Action Seeker. Those two are quickest. Our Tempest is sent hard for early speed, but can only manage 3rd in the early going. As they run to that first turn, Midnight Onyx, Action Seeker. Down along the inside, Painter's Prodigy cuts the corner to go join the front ranks. As out 4 deep there is Our Tempest in the 4th position. Length and a half more back to Mission Mike, who races a joint 5th, along with Secret Treasure the Gray, who's at the inside. Then comes the Honeyman, King Freud with 2 beat early on. Those are Street Cop Officer and Syntactic, as Painter's Prodigy is the early leader. 24.30 seconds, the opening quarter mile. Painter's Prodigy at 5-2. Kleiner Mejias, the apprentice, on board. They lead it by 2 now. To Our Tempest, down at the inside, Midnight Onyx. They're 2nd, 3rd. They're 2.5 clear of Action Seeker in 4th. After that comes the Gray Secret Treasure. Mission Mike is back a spot now, racing along in 6th. It's a length and a half more to Syntactic, who's out of last, is up to 7th now. After that comes King Freud, dropping back the Honeyman and Street Cop Officer. 47.46 seconds, the opening half-mile time. Painter's Prodigy to the far turn leads 2.5. Midnight Onyx trying to get closer from 2nd. They've now put 4 on the rest of the group. Action Seeker's back in 3rd, Secret Treasure 4th, Mission Mike is 5th. These top 2 have got away, and this top 1 has got away. It's Painter's Prodigy by 3 to the top of the lane. Midnight Onyx, the only one within shouting distance right now. It's 4 more, then back to Action Seeker, Secret Treasure, and the rest. Into the lane, Painter's Prodigy, 2.5, 3-length lead. Midnight Onyx, 2nd, takes toward the inside with Action Seeker, who's trying to rally up, but Painter's Prodigy still well clear out here. Final 16th to go. Painter's Prodigy drifting about, but in command. Kleiner Mejias and Painter's Prodigy at 7-2. They go on to win it here by about 5-6 in the end. Second was Action Seeker. 3rd ended up close there, Secret Treasure or Mission Mike. 5, 2, 9, 4, and 1. Results are official, 720 on the win. Painter's Prodigy, a 5-year-old bait gelding by Painter out of English Chocolate, was bred in Kentucky by Martin Keogh. Enrique Hernandez, the winning owner and trainer. It's a training double for Enrique, and Kleiner Mejias, the apprentice, on board for the winning ride. Painter's Prodigy victorious here in today's 7th. Prices on the board, the exacta $15.20, trifecta $55.65. Dime Super $51.98, daily double $9, pick 3 $21.10, and the high five $3,529.10. Race 8's up next. Race 8 is off the turf. Again, this race taken off the turf. Reminder, it was taken off after the start of the late pick 4, 5, and 6, as well as the late pick 3. So there will be, that in those sequences, it will become an all. Right now, scratch 1, 10, and 12. If there are additional scratches and changes, we will announce them to you as soon as we get them. Scratch 1, 10, and 12 out of today's 8th race. Again, race 8 off the turf, now on the main track at 1 1/16. Again, if there are changes or scratches that do come up, we will announce those to you as soon as we get them. We do apologize for the inconvenience. Again, race 8 off the turf, 20 minutes. As your race fans, we do have a late scratch being announced for the first time here in the 8th race. Scratch number 11, Michaela. Number 11, Michaela is out. Scratch the 11 out of today's 8th race. We had 4 claims in today's 7th race. Number 1, Midnight Onyx, was claimed in a 7-way shake. Goes to Anthony Granite, Scott Henry, and Mike Herbert. Anthony Granite's trains. Number 2 was claimed. Goes to owner James Huff, trainer Joel Campbell. Number 3, Syntactic, goes to Carroll Star Stables. Jose H. Delgado claims. And number 9, Mission Mike, goes to Clinton Bagwan, Dean Reynaldo Richards. Onto the track, post-boarding for today's 8th race. This race off the turf at 1.1 miles on the fast main track. Again, this race off the firm turf, now on the main track, which is fast. Scratch 1, 10, 11, and 12. 1, 10, 11, and 12 are scratched. So field of 8 remain in. Exacta trifecta super high 5 wagering available. 4 minutes. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, this race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. We are back tomorrow. Again, Thursday racing tomorrow and next Thursday as well. So we'll be racing the next 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week, and then next week, Wednesday through Sunday. Post time for the 8th and final, 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race field is 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 8th race. Reminder, this race off the turf on the main track here. 2 left to load. American Dream Maker and Terry T will be all set for a start. 8th and final. Wrapping up a Wednesday. Don't forget, back at it tomorrow. Thursday racing tomorrow. They're in the gate. They're off. My Gal toward the inside. Attending was out well, and Portrait of Addie is also close up from the far outside. Patient Fi and Life Advice. So they're scrambling for the early lead as they run to that first turn. Portrait of Addie is narrowly in front of Life Advice, the gray between horses. My Gal down toward the fence is third. After that, out wide comes Patient Fi from fourth. Between horses, American Dream Maker's in a bit of a tight spot there. Down along the fence is Attending. 4 wide trip here for Terry T, and it's another 4 then. Back to Apple Shake Shake, who is the trailer. 23.95 seconds, the opening quarter-mile time. Portrait of Addie in front. It's Portrait of Addie by a neck. On the outside, Life Advice. Then there's 5 of them well clustered there in the second flight. Out wide, Patient Fi. Down at the inside, My Gal. Attending, American Dream Makers in and amongst horses there. The top 6 only separated by 2. It's 2 more then to Terry T and another 3 back to Apple Shake Shake. Half mile left to go in the finale, 47.47, the opening half time. Portrait of Addie, Life Advice, Patient Fi wants to join the ranks up front as Patient Fi comes to make it 3 in a line on the far outside. Length and a half more back to American Dream Maker. Trying to wind it up, Terry T on the extreme outside. Terry T's going about 5 paths wide as American Dream Maker coming up with a 4 wide sweep coming after the lead. Battling on Terry T out wide and behind horses. Attending is looking for a seam in about the 5 path. Life Advice is toward the inside, still pitching away in Patient Fi. American Dream Maker, a narrow leader. Here's Attending to the outside. These two go on with it best. Terry T is back running in third with Life Advice toward the inside. It's Attending just in front. Battling on toward the inside, American Dream Maker. Attending now a length in front of American Dream Maker second. 4 more lengths back to Life Advice and Terry T. It's going to be Attending to win. Attending at 7-2. Second was American Dream Maker, Life Advice third. Fourth, Terry T. Fifth, My Gal. Four, 5, 7, 9, 2. Unofficial. 146.57 the final time. Attending to the winner's circle, 4-year-old Chestnut filly by Brody's Cause out of Child Please was bred in Kentucky by Andrea Pilato. The Bel Air Racing Stable, the Hare, and the Tortoise Family Farm are the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer. Sonny Leone, the winning rider. Just a reminder for the late pick 4, 5, and 6, that was an off-the-turf race that was announced after the start of those sequences. So that race will become an all payout in those late pick 4, 5, and 6 sequences. Again, we do apologize for the late surface change notice for the 8th race. The exacta $18.90, trifecta $30.60, a dime superfecta returns $62.12. High five $2,115.40. Daily double 5 and 4 23.60, late pick 329.25. Reminder, the late pick 4 was an all, $20.40. Late pick 5 was an all. Wait for that screen to switch back. Again, late pick 5, you got all in the last race because of the late surface change. $400.65, and the ultimate 6, $739.72. That's with an all in the final leg. That does wrap up live racing today. We're back tomorrow, special Thursday card. Thursday racing the next 2 weeks, both tomorrow and February 12th. Entries should be out hopefully shortly for the Sam F. Davis card. Festival Preview Day coming up on Saturday, so lots of big stuff coming up here at the track. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor, Poker at Silk's Poker Room, which is on the 3rd floor of our facility. When you drive home, please do so safely. We hope to see you back tomorrow for a special Thursday card. Good night, everyone.